Oh, hello. Just getting a few things set up. We'll be with you momentarily. Whoopsie daisy. Oh, wow, that needs to be muted. Okay, sorry, I had a feedback loop of myself. Anywho, hope you're all having a good day. Thanks for taking the time to stop by. Relative strength in the broader market this morning. GameStop's eating shit. Classic. And that 4-hour PMO, it's done its thing. Let's check in on that. Oh my gosh, this could be a scary day for GameStop holders. Not so bad for call sellers though. Oh man, get over here. Get over here. Do you guys like Mortal Kombat? Scorpion? 4-hour has closed it. Oh no. Oh no. Maybe if we just do like a half window, that would be better. And then these could be all over here. Yes. Yes. Quick reply. Oh no. Boom. So that's happening. Not great. RSI continues to retrace. 4-hour PMO reversing bearishly. Ooh, burr. We do have long-term support, 21 days at that 1990. So worst case scenario, that's where the bears will try to target. But it's going to be where they take their gains, right? They're going to take their gains. They can even get close to this level. So, we'll rebound up off of that. And that long-term resistance, 230 days, which is a big one at, 28.13. And then we've got another one up at about 35. So the risk to reward here, you'll notice, that's what I want to bring your attention to first thing on today's stream, is quite good, right? This is 9% risk, right? 10%, let's round up. But we have, that 27 or round up to 30, if we will, potential reward. And even more so on the upside if we can break through. So this is really nice. It is weak, however, but something that I'd like everybody to just be aware of. And then, just through this simple exercise, you'll understand whether or not buying at the current time is a good deal or a bad deal, right? So, if you're closer to this, good deal, and further away from this, good deal to buy, right? Of course, you want to be selling at these levels and buying near the support if you can, right? So just your buy and sell levels long term, if you will, to be scalping around your core position. Because a lot of people, do I buy, today at 23? And well, maybe not so much because you're really middle trend between 28 and 19. So you'd like to see it closer to the support than the median, or, dare I say, closer to resistance. That would be heartbreaking. You guys know better than that, though, right? So what else can we get up here today? Maybe let's widen this out a little bit. Let's get back to our own charts here. Oh, here, there. And then we're going to talk about, selling a put versus selling a call. There were some questions on that a little bit that we can get into. Would it essentially be a covered put if you already had 1,000 GameStop? Well, it would only be 100, of course, per one contract. And you only if you were willing to sell those at market price to cover the new purchase, right? Um, we'll talk about that. Anyway, just trying to figure out the options in general. Thanks for your response. No, we can definitely go through that. Classic infinite shorting off fake bad news. Was there any bad news? And is there infinite shorting? And like, there's not that much short volume. I don't know if you're aware. You can actually track short volume. It's minuscule. It's just an illiquid stock. This is what illiquid stocks do. Ta-da! You know, until buyers are ready to step in, we're gonna bleed down, right? And the buyers and sellers are really dictated based on the options market. And I don't know if you've seen the IV. Ain't anybody willing to play today, right? And rightfully so. We're just trending downwards. It's not like so IV is dictated by the amount of open interest that's out of the money on the options chain, right? The implied volatility, right? People are suggesting or betting that there will be a move in a direction away from the price, whether it's one way or the other, doesn't really matter. And the more of that there is on chain, right, the open interest on the out of the money strikes, the higher the IV will go. So currently, because of the low IV, it indicates that market participants aren't really expecting much of a move, right? Away from the money, right? So currently, we've got this, and that's why I'm talking about the support at 20 here. Very little downside. There's a potential 10% downside to GameStop as we grind down to that support, right? And with it looking bearish, momentum drying up on the 4-hour, rejecting that previous high, which again was super duper like telegraphed or textbook, like everybody's seen it coming. There's not much to do other than sell what little remains, right? Until a bullish catalyst presents itself, until we finally do retrace to that price where buyers are willing to step in, we're probably just going to, bleed down and consolidate sideways, a little beeps and boops, if you will. Maybe an up, maybe a down. And again, that is, I think, in response to the January OPEX, right? We've got so much open interest at 25. And you know that you've been here, right? That we're just not going to clear it, right? Unless we get some form of bullish catalyst that throws us above it volumetrically. I don't see it, right? But I do see a massive call wall here, which there's no way we're going to push through. And then a lot of support at 20, a lot of support at 22, right? Which is, we're chilling. Here's our 20 wall, probably holding us up. If we lose that, maybe we do slip to that 1990 or 20, right? But again, the potential downside isn't really worth targeting, right? So that's why there is not a lot of volatility, because it's obvious that that's our direction, but there's not a lot of jelly left in that donut, so to say, right? Very little. So we're kind of just waiting for that retracement to take place, the momentum to reset, for buyers to step in, whether that's an organic time-based situation or some catalyst, is introduced to our event horizon. Looking at you, Burry, you better come through, bud. Yeah, so just chilling. And so let's talk about, I guess, the difference between selling a call and selling a put. Maya, don't scratch my nice monitor. Those are not birds. Those are just stocks. Those are tickers. They're different. So when you're selling a call, right, you cover that call by having 100 shares, right? So let's get our little pen out here because I'm pretty visual. So let's say you're selling a 25 call, right? This is your strike price, and then the price goes above, right? So we're down here right now, and you sell a 25 call, and then the price of the stock goes above 25. When your contract ends and we're above 25, the strike you sold, you're selling your shares at 25. So you get your $25 per share plus your premium, right? When you sold, You're getting premium, right away. Boom, that's yours. Plus, if the price goes above 25, then you're selling your shares at 25, even though it may be at 25.50, right? And that's where your break even comes to play, right? Because it's your strike plus your premium is your break even. So as long as you're below your break even, technically you are profitable, even though your shares may be called away at 25, right? Maybe you're in the middle here. And I know this is a terrible drawing. I should get better at that. Can we change our colors here? Where's the boom? Let's go to red. So when you sell a put, right, you're still getting your premium up front, and then you're selling, you want to sell higher, which is aggressive, right? You want to sell 35. Let me zoom out here. Let's just restart. Because then you understand exactly what's going on. Which is crazy. Okay. So you want to sell 35 put. Oh, this should definitely be red. Okay. I do this. I'll change it after. Boom. So here's your strike price, right? And since you're selling a put, that is the liability is to buy 100 shares at 35. So to close out, you'll need to buy 100 shares at your strike. Right? Do you like my 3? And typically, you'll need to cover this position with cash, right? Because you're selling the put. So it's a cash secured put. So you'll need $3,500, right, of cash to cover this buy at 35. Now you will get that premium, which because it's so far out of the money, or sorry, in the money, because it's a put, not a call, so it's the opposite. You're getting 13K, right? So you're getting 1,300, right? So you're paying 22 for your shares. If we're under 35, right? If we go above 35, then you do not buy your shares and you just net the premium, right? So you see how it's the opposite of a call being in the money or out of the money? I think that's your confusion. So you're selling a put, which is the obligation to buy 100 at 35 to someone else, right? They're buying that for $1,300. You get that premium, right? And then if it's below 35, you buy those shares at 35. Even if the price is at 22 or 23, you're buying at 35, right? And I know that sounds weird, but remember, you made $1,300 off this, so your break-even price was only $2,200 or $22 per share. I hope that makes sense. Just write it out for yourself. You'll get it. It's super duper easy. So it may seem like a lot of free money that you're getting, but inherently you're actually getting nothing because all you're doing is buying at the current price. Well, technically you're buying a little bit below. You're buying it at 22. So you're getting a little discount if you're getting that whole 13K, right? If it's worth 13 exactly, I don't know. Oh no, you're not getting any discount because we're at 22. I was looking up here. That's exactly, So you are not gaining anything, even though it may seem like you're gaining $1,300. You really only gain that if the stock price goes above 35, at which point you're no longer obligated to buy those shares. And then you're just netting premium. The same way as if you sell a call, at 35 and we are below it, then you don't have to lose your shares, your obligations erased, and you just gain the premium, right? But if it's above your strike and it's a call, then you're losing those shares. I don't expect much today. It is what it is. Like I said, we've got that long-term support at 20. It's a 10% move down. We've got a month to do it. There's so much support at 22 that I don't see that breaking, and this is probably the low. So maybe with let's draw those biases out. We've got a strong call wall at 22, right? And then we've got another one at 20. Let's draw that out as well. I can just go here, and then we'll go coordinates, and we'll just put this at 20. Boom. And what did that support look like? Well, we have, may as well draw the wall too, right? 30,000 calls and 32,000. So they're about 30K each, right? That's not nothing. But then this, 75,000. That's so crazy. And what was that at 25? Let's draw that out as well. Okay. So a couple, clear supports for us based on the options chain, right? That may not necessarily be represented accurately within our technicals. So it's nice to maybe have those both. The 20 definitely does as our long-term support, but it's like there's a lot of room to the upside here. So we're really close to support. The risk reward's pretty decent. Like if you wanted to go on weeklies, if you were bullish, I don't know that I would do that, but heck, there's a lot of room to the upside in comparison, right? We're talking about risk reward, right? Here's your upside potential at 13%, which is a lot on contracts if they go. And then what's your downside here? 0.5%, or potentially 9.5, 10%. So it's not great if we do go to the bottom, right? But at the very least, it's 1-to-1 risk reward. Maybe a little bit better. Obviously 13 is higher than 9.5, but not substantially so, right? A 1.5 or whatever, almost, but. And that's why that's why no one's really willing to play it, I think. Yeah, a lot of people get it backwards. I get things backwards all the time. If you go through options as a strategic investment, which we've linked in the Discord, or you can literally just Google it, options as a strategic investment PDF, right? And then you'll find it. You can just download it. And otherwise, it's like $100 book. And you can learn about options from someone with a doctorate in it, I don't know. They might be a doctorate in something else. They might not even be. I'm just pulling that out of my ass. Let's wiki this. Lawrence McMillan. Just a professional trader. I may as well write the book. I'm just kidding. No, this book is serious though. I think I'll have it in my download somewhere. Boom. And then if you were talking about selling a put, right? The sale of a put, chapter 19. Boom. Everything you need. If that's what you wanted to learn about in this, specific time, that way you're not like, oh, I got to read this 1,000-page book. I'm going to die. I can't do that. I'll never learn how to do this. You just take it one chapter at a time, baby. Easy. You want to learn about selling put? Learn about selling a put, right? And a lot of these things are just start to combine them. Obviously, like a straddle we recommended, which is selling a put and a call, right? So that, and you could also do a strangle, which is the same thing, but out of the money, right? Straddle at the money, strangle out of the money. And that's just all this dumb terminology, which eventually you'll learn, right? Leaps is a great one. The follow-up actions is what I really like, because, everybody can get you into a position, but not everybody can teach you how to manage those positions, right? The follow-up actions, right? And also how to hedge these positions appropriately, right? So there's a lot of really good information here, whether it be the base definitions and just, getting some general understanding, or like, the much more advanced positioning. It's all here, right? You can learn about a lot of things, right? A lot of cool stuff in this book. I recommend it. If there's one book to get, that's probably the one. Of course, it's online for free. And then you kind of, take the knowledge you get from that, Options 101, and you kind of layer it with your technical analysis so you understand what one of those strategies you should be implementing appropriately, right? Which one's right for you in the current time and your risk, profile or whatever. But yeah, through that knowledge, we've recommended that everyone sell straddles, which are up nicely. We got 12% and 13.5% on these, and that's only going to increase throughout the time remaining until our expiry, January OPEX, which again, I'm selling those based off of this options chain. And just general technical analysis, right? So it's like a couple things lining up there. It's knowing which strategy to implement based on your technicals, which I guess you'd have to know as well. And then if you can kind of grab some additional data on that, like basically follow the money, right? A lot of people are just looking at this to position based upon it, right? Because a lot of these 25s were bought with the hope of them being in the money, right? People were bullishly buying these 25s, right? But maybe overly optimistic on a lot of that. And then, that's why everybody also tells you never to buy far out of the money, because these never print. Just like if these aren't printing, these definitely aren't printing, right? So if you do buy far out of the money, just make sure it's like pure lottos, like $1 or $2 of them. Like that's how high risk. Like, why would you throw any money away ever? Like, yes, I can put this dollar into a slot machine and maybe get a couple $100 out of it. But you know where that dollar is really going to go? Just into the slot machine. Right? It's just not something that pays out. And even if you did consistently do it, it's still a losing strategy long term, right? So it's just, why bother at all, right? Unless you have some crazy insider information which, I mean, no one does, right? They're very, very moonshot, those far the money contracts. But people still buy them all the time. It's crazy. They're like, oh, they're cheap. I only bought $100 of them. Gone. But the really great for call sellers, right? I mean, you're not really getting a lot for your shares, and you are locking your shares up long term. But if you are one of those Morant's individuals, I don't know. I just keep using this. I don't even know the guy. One of his people comes to the chat though, right? They're like turbo holders, right? They're never going to let go of their stock, which I respect. These are the contracts those people could be selling because they don't want to sell their shares unless they're getting top dollar for them, right? So why not just sell the top of the chain? Because they don't scalp around their core position, right? So who cares if those shares are tied up long term, right? Not an option. Well, you could do them in tandem, right? A straddle is just selling a call and a put at the same time. So if we go preview here, you can see sell to open a call, sell to open a put, both at the same strike, at the same expiry. That's a straddle, right? It's just a name for a multi-legged position. Some brokers let you do it just in one click. Maybe some want you to do them independently, right? The important thing is getting the strikes and expiries right, I guess. And then try to match the price that you're quoted also. Do you have a video on anything that talks about your indicators or use them specifically how you have them set up? Different time frames, MAs. I usually have the stream up, but I'm working. I do not. I could. Usually I'm exhausted after these streams. This is 4 hours every single day. I got other stuff to do as well, right? So I have in the Discord a Google sheet that goes through it all. Available here, if you will. That's going to show you how to set it all up and also how I use it all. This was made some time ago, but it should get you to a point where you can have a conversation with me and I could help smooth over any, misinterpretations or whatever it happens to be, right? Yeah, this goes through how to set up your chart so it looks just like mine. I do have more indicators than your average bear, but that's just because I'm paying for a subscription here. But keep it really basic as to not overwhelm anyone, because I know that's super duper easy as a new trader. There's there's unlimited indicators and I only know about 2 of them, right? Good news, you only need to know about 2 of them, which is great. And then, if you can master this, then of course, start to experiment with others and, find whether they're coherent with your own strategies or not, right? Some things don't work the way you expect them to. And to get mixed signals doesn't instill confidence, and a lot of trading does come down to that, or layered convictions. And if you muddy the waters too much, sometimes it's hard to see through clearly, right? So I like to keep it simple, but it doesn't mean that you can't, know other things, right? It's like you're in an MMO, right? There's all these different classes and races that have all their, specialties, right? Their bonuses or whatever, and some of them use wands and axes or staffs, or there's different weapons, there's different skills, and a mage doesn't really swing a sword. He understands that the sword is viable. Sure, it's watch out for the guy who's good with the sword, but I cast fireballs, right? So this is my skill set. It doesn't mean I don't think that other skill sets are valuable. I just I don't do those. It's not necessary for my character build. Am I? Me, yeah. It's like, don't let them see me. You gotta move my wheel out of the camera, Dad. So yeah, just chillaxing, burning the theta. I think you could, if you wanted, still sell these. You know, day by day they become less of a good idea, but they're still not terrible. Selling shares, it's about the best thing you could do, but I know you guys don't want to do that. No, none of these are great. I mean, the volatility is probably the best to be selling that, right? Of course, if you just wanted to sell a call, which, you know, I don't really recommend. That's why I like the Strala right now, so it's hedged a little bit better. But I understand not everybody can sell a put on their accounts, right? And yeah, maybe, I mean, at a certain point, maybe we'll just start doing streams on this, and we can, you know, force it down your throats. And it's good for me. I've read the book a couple times now, but to go through it, absolutely. And during those couple times, I skip chapters, right? So this isn't relevant to me, skipping this 40 pages, right? But as you progress, you know, these things do become relevant. Yeah, anything here? I don't think that Reddit traffic is a good read of anything because of just like bots. You know, it is so easily manipulated. Probably not great. Cool story though. That's a lot of green E's, baby. But these green E's are still very high in comparison to where the company was, right? So, the turnaround of GameStop hasn't been realized to the holders' bias because they don't realize that we are currently inflated, right? The market cap of GameStop is up high, and you know, the 80 million revenue is good because we've turned the ship around, but I don't know if you know how many 80 millions it takes to get 10 billion, but it's quite a bit, right? Math is hard. So we have a lot of justifying to do, which we're doing. We are justifying that market cap is, you know, tangible from the turnaround, right? We've reduced a lot of that weight, pulling us down, and are continuing to do so while maintaining, you know, our income, which is good. And if, you know, people are like, oh, you know, why aren't we moving up with all of this? It's not that we're not moving up, it's that we're not moving down. That's the big point here. And eventually, you know, something that's bottomed in you know, convexity, or I guess that would be a concaver, right? Or it was convex on the way up. It's good, you know. It's got a bottom before it really pulls that long-term momentum back, which has been downwards for years and years and years, right? So it takes years and years and years to bottom it out and to pull it back. Utilization up as we bleed down as expected. I think a lot of people sell naked calls, right? So there's like no reason for people, like if you have a margin account and you're okay with the risk, right? And you're like, well, whatever, you know, I got $1 million and I can sell X amount. I don't know what your risk would be, maybe 200K or something of these calls, while still easily being able to fulfill that if I get called. There's a lot of premium there to farm. right? Like, what are these? And you'd probably be selling the 30s. $42 each. At 25. Sorry, 100K. Let's just say you have $100,000. Divide by 25 is 4,000, right? Whoops. So you can get 40 contracts at $42 for a month. $1,700. That's not bad. That is as much as a poor person makes in a month in like a non, bustling neighborhood. People live off that. I'm pretty sure people live off that in America even. Never mind a second world country. That's like pretty good. Pretty good. And then, people start to not only do that on their position, but they start to do that on, let's get this down here. Just their whole margin account, which typically is, because it's not like you can do it all the time, but there's certain times, specifically into a yearly OPEX, where it's like the price for the rest of the year is, as far as I'm concerned, written in stone, right? We also seen that price written in stone on the last run-up. The pre-options call when we were just, running it up. We knew where the call wall was, right? We knew where the supports were. And we seen a member of the community massively sell calls and get buco bucks from it, right? And that's it. That's the whole thing. You want to get rich on GameStop? Learn it, and then get some confidence, and then overcommit. Woo! When you do, don't tell a soul. Do not tell anyone. If you're gonna make, a couple $100,000 YOLO, keep that shit to yourself until you've at least scaled out. And then you can say, hey, everybody, I pulled out 80% gains and I'm leaving my runners run for, Lotto Town. Otherwise, someone's going to hunt your position. Someone's going to squeeze you. And they're going to, giggle because he with the most weight tips the scales. Don't kid yourself, right? And typically as a small fry, your weight's only so big. These people have unlimited liquidity that can just gotcha, So we're chilling. I have a small plan with 5 indicators. I just don't know what's pinned here. Well, I could just share you my chart here. And then you've got it all. For yourself. Boom. Copy link. There you have it. And then I think it should have all these indicators in there for you. I'm pretty sure. Let me know if it does or not. I'm curious if that works because I've been sharing that link to people just assuming that it works. Yeah, it's not really a great time to be selling. Like, we're already up quite a bit, which is why this is decreasing in score. But we don't really need layer 2. It's not even moving. It's better to talk about options with people. Which is how I'm going to brand the channel in the new year. GameStop options for beginners. Come one, come all. I shall teach you. And I've got a lot to learn as well, right? Obviously, I don't know. I don't know lots. I just know a little bit. Enough to get by, right? Oh, I'm still invisible. I've been invisible this whole time. Oh my gosh. I didn't even realize. So let's move my camera up here. That means get it out of the way there. And I think we're locked in for the day. What time is it? 41 minutes throughout our day already. Heck, that's pretty cool. Nice little intro there for the children. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure you're adults. GameStop continues to do nothing. A classic. Did we see anything new here? Literally nothing for hours at a time. Wow. People talking about low IV and, well, it's not very high, but I think there's still a little bit of jelly left in that donut to squeeze out. I think we could go lower. We're close. Afternoon. What's the 22 at? Does it have a better score? I bet it does. No, it's worse. Oh, that mid is nice, though. If you can get filled on the mid, that's so much better. Fuck. The spread is nasty. Where did you share your trading view chart to? Right in chat, I posted a link. And you should be able to copy that link and put it in your thing, or I could put it in the Discord here as well. Just so it's clickable. I reposted it. This is a good chart for people to grasp, right? You can see where most of your profits are. Yeah, I mean, That's what the videos are for. That's what the screenshots in the Discord are for. If, um, like, I don't expect everybody to be buying it. That's why I'm here to showcase it. Oh my goodness. It might be coffee time soon. I've already had 2 coffees, and I've really been trying to drink less, but you know how that goes. It's the 4th one that I can't have by any means. The 4th one just throws me over the edge. Oh my God. What have I done? Maya, skedaddle. Actually, I should get a screenshot of that. Cat break. I couldn't do any work if I wanted to. She's on my keyboard. There's nothing I can do about it. Sorry, guys. What a terrible inconvenience. It's all fun and games until she executes a trade. Yeah. So make sure to leave a like on the stream when you get here. Appreciate everybody who's been doing that throughout the month. It's been a little slower than I would like. Probably taper off a bit in the new year unless, some miracle happens here in the second half. Well, I guess last third of the month, or not even that. It's like a quarter at this point, right? There's not too much time left. Yeah, maybe we'll just do shorter streams in the afternoon as a wrap up or something, or maybe a quick hour in the morning, get everybody situated on their way for the day, and then the review video at night probably is a good way to go as well. A little bit strange on my current schedule, though. I am quite busy at market open doing my own thing. So maybe it's just an afternoon thing, but like later on in the afternoon, like in a power hour stream. Ooh, a power hour stream? Maybe that's how we market it. Power hour option stream? I don't know. And, whether we go to 2 hours or 1 hour, we'll find something that makes us comfortable. Or maybe it's just a weekend stream. I don't know. And then we can attempt this live stream thing again into the future. Unfortunately, I do have to make sure that I have my time appropriately scheduled, right, for some income-producing activities. And we had, some spare time this December, right? So I wanted to give this a shot, but obviously I can't just dump time in as a charity forever. I will have to make sure that I, I've been spending my time appropriately, right? Which is, it is what it is. It's just the responsible thing. However, I did want to, I've seen like a lot of people doing this successfully, and as a content creator on YouTube, I understand that they're making generous incomes from it just based on their viewership. So I did want to throw my hat into the bucket. But, a little bit over optimistic of me, I guess, as to what our growth could be. On that note, I think we're doing a great job. Technically speaking, our guidance has been really, really good, getting people gains consistently, easily so, and then teaching them, how it's being done, right? Not just buy this contract or sell this contract, but this is why you're doing that, right? And then how to manage it. Just so I think we're killing it on that front, doing really well. Ooh, when you feel the sneeze coming on, the whole world just stops. When you feel the sneeze, even GameStop starts reversing. It's like, whoa, settle. On the 1 minute chart. But what do you do? I mean, this is technically, about to form if we break up any higher. Technically speaking, you go for a 200 rejection. If you break that, move up to your next resistance. And that's really all trading is, moving from one support or resistance to the next. And then, as you spend more time trading, you're going to get better at identifying those levels. But, there's not much to it. Market's super strong. So last night, we're looking at futures. We're looking at crypto really quick, just for a quick weekly bias. It was up, which gives us a bullish bias, at least to start the week on the broader market. And that really coming true here into the middays. We continue to break up. Do we get all-time highs for Christmas? I mean, we could do it. Because there's still today and then half day tomorrow. Sorry, there's tomorrow and half day next day. And, that's only like 3 points, 4 points from where we're at. Why not? Why not? A little Santa rally, last second Santa rally. Truly. GameStop's volume already at 2.5 million. We're quite early in the day. Still 3 hours left. Impressive. And again, without a catalyst, I just don't see much, right? Support here, support at 20. Like structurally speaking. And then on the technical side, just trying to reset momentum, which could take some time, right? Like if we don't bounce back here this afternoon, that 4 hour is as good as confirmed. And then, it's days, it's maybe weeks of just hanging out, trying to, basically wait for buyers, whether it comes through a catalyst or the passage of time, right? Because obviously earnings will come, right? No matter who wants to stop it. And we'll see a pre-earnings run up just like we always do. And that momentum will curl into that worst case scenario, right? Just the 22 level. I don't think 22.10 is specifically anything, but like there's a lot of calls here at 22 holding us. So Again, GameStop doesn't really matter too much unless, we're getting that 20 million plus volume. And even then, as we continue to dilute the float, is happening, you need the volume to be more. So like 20 million now is not as much as it used to be. Keep in mind, right? And even more so post warrants. So we need just more volume. And it's okay. It's we don't want anyone wasting any bullets, and retail needs to act in conjunction, dare I say it, in unison, because it's like shots in the dark otherwise, But all of a sudden, pre-earnings, people can push it, and they do, and that's, why it happens. Specifically on a cult stock like GameStop. And I don't want to, I know I say that, but, I got my own hat, don't worry. It's a lot of directed focus that typically isn't there. Like, not every company has, just a lot of retail liquidity chilling, ready to pounce. Most don't. In fact, it's just institutional. So, you can kind of layer those things together because, the writing's on the wall for the institutions. So, they're not really going to have much of a choice at a certain point. And we know you're doing your thing. We're not stopping. I certainly am not. So that whole mechanism's never going to go away. It's just going to continue to exacerbate itself and become more volatile. But there's a lot of time though left, right? GameStop needs to not only turn the ship around, which they're doing, and it's almost turned, but they need to prove also after that they can continue that course, right? That they're able to brave new waters, if so to speak. We also see the collectors anti-monopoly thing going on. We should pull that up more. New enemies to fight, going in the right direction, right? So GameStop gets a win. It's the collectibles. And then all of a sudden, it's let's attack collectibles, right? Isn't that awesome? So, if they still care about you to that level, it shows that you are dangerous to them, right? Because if you weren't dangerous, they wouldn't give two fucks. They're just like, whatever, man. Go away. You're so annoying. But it's not just malcontempt. It's actual necessity to declaw you. Well, maybe not necessity, but reduce some pain. It's probably worth the ROI, which is good, right? That lets you know that, again, right direction, Because what would be worse than GameStop being suppressed and, kept down would be it being irrelevant. Because it takes two to tango, right? We need that downwards pressure, right? Week after week after week on low volume to get the pop that we're looking for, right? And we know that this is happening, so we can size in for those pops, not just on our stock, but on options to really, get some percentage gains. And you need that downwards pressure, right? And if those people do leave, then your stock becomes irrelevant, right? Specifically as it trades at higher valuations. So you really do want to make sure that you're consistently, enticing those short side sellers, in my opinion, as much as possible, because without them, there is less volatility, and it's the volatility that allows us as long-term holders to farm, right? When we're selling calls, when we're selling puts, the premium is like multiplied by the IV or the volatility on the stock, which is derived from the short side sellers. So it's all good. There's no problem with a down day or down week or down month. Like, I get it might be boring, bummer, but that's a good time to educate yourself, right? That's a good time to go through and learn about options and how you can utilize them to capitalize off of GameStop's like very easy to read technical analysis and movements. A lot of people say, "Oh, you can't do technical analysis on a manipulated stock." I think it actually might be the most easiest stock to do technical analysis on. I'm going to be honest. It's fantastic because it's no longer like the liquidity events are in your face, and you can see plain as day. Whether the stock is on lowering volume or increasing volume. And a lot of stocks, they're not trading that way. They're just trading at average volume every day. Not every stock is trading below its average, right? Nor will it trade at multitudes above its average. So it's very good that way, right? We have waves of volume. So yeah, if 22 breaks, we do have some levels to the downside. The 1 hour is bearish. Pretty brutal here, right? Our reversal signal losing our key level. The rest is history. I shared it. People probably don't want to see it. We should make some posts online about it. And the 4 hours never looked good, right? We've never really, we had a reversal signal key level breakout, but couldn't hold that trend retest, breaking that down today, which is a bit of a bummer. But, there's some levels here. I'll be right back. Sorry, my fridge is dinging. I think I left it open. Even worse, it was the washer. Total balance. Had to grab a quick snack. Whoa. The world's ending now. 1 cent. We've lost it all. What will we do? I mean, Northern California is still green. There's so much snow here. Holy. Excuse me. Oh, this is my line. Where's that from? Oh, see. Yeah, I mean, it does not look good. Two and a half. Because of the Rockies? Here we get the most snow on the west side of the Rockies. More snow than you'd ever imagine. All of it. 10, 20, 30 feet of it. On the east side of the Rockies, though, far less snow. Not that we're not getting snow. I mean, there's still lots of snow, but it's not like it is on the west side of the Rockies. But I think the ocean holds a lot of heat, though. So I think, that matters a lot as you get more south. Interesting. Yeah, really nothing to go through. Yeah, I couldn't recommend this enough. And by the time you're done reading this book, you'll no longer, well, you might still want to listen to my technical analysis, but you'll have it figured. You'll never need to listen to anyone again, except for yourself, which is the most important person to listen to, let's be honest. And you've been ignoring them this whole time. Just kidding. Sorry, just making sure both sides are working. You've got it down so quietly. It's hard to tell. Woo. Woo. Tough day out there. May as well cry about it online, right? Why not? Maybe we'll just do this one. It really was a meow the news event, Maya says. It really was a sell the news event. At least on GameStop. I don't know about the rest of the market. It seems to be handling it pretty well. I've seen space stocks are going quite crazy though. Typically, it's a sign of when the market's at its peak before a pullback. Def Jet's up 100% today. Sudo's ripping. It's just like a little indicator you can use in the future. Whenever space stocks start going crazy, it's the absolute top. Local top, anyways. You'll see it over and over again. People don't realize that these companies have no revenue at all, and it's like really expensive to go to space. And you first have to prove that you can go to space like a whole bunch before anyone's willing to give you any money for it. And it's like, man, what a money sink that is. These poor shareholders. It's going to take a lot of government contracts. Like Elon had to build a whole car company just to fund the rocket ships, you know? It's crazy. These other companies are not going to be able to withstand the... Well, maybe they will. I don't know. I shouldn't. It just seems like a tall order. And even that, like, what are you shipping to space? Like, what does NASA need put up there, or like these corporations, like data centers? That's your whole. You're gonna have like orbital data centers. Ah, how's the cooling up there, boys? How do you like your new atmosphere? Space stations inhabited by robots, right? Animatronics or whatever. That's just data centers, right? So the engineers are on ground. They just jack into their robot, do the maintenance on their data center, whatever they need. Yeah. And then you don't have the cooling that you do on this pesky surface, right? And then you don't need to be using all the water for the cooling because you're, in space. It'll be much colder, which is actually good for the planet. So maybe going to space is great for us because if we can't quit the data centers and the water pollution, I'm sure it would be better to just not use the water, leave that in the closed system, right? Because it's, we're not making any more of it. I know some of it is leaking from the ice, but, there's only so much water here. So maybe not to pollute it would be great. Of course, we've got our filtrations system set up. The earth, the sedimentary layers of the rock or whatever act as a organic filter for the water. But yeah, how else do you think you bomb Russian satellites out of the fucking sky? F-jet. Whoops, did I say that out loud? I'm just kidding. Yeah, but the thing about oil is life doesn't depend on it. All life on Earth doesn't spring from oil like it does from water. One's kind of infinitely more rare. And even having the water at the right temperature, even more so. Because, like, yes, there is other water in the universe, but it's like ice, you know? Water's kind of the whole deal. Like, if people were to, because we're at Christmas, right? It's a solstice event. Um, you know, sun worship, right? Uh, solar deities and all. If there was to be an opposite of that, it would be water. Because you do need the sun and water. It's kind of like the two big components. Just like I need GameStop and coffee. Everybody has their gods. No, we had that news maybe even over a year ago where the satellite was dispatched. Long time ago that happened. And then F-Jet springs up. It's not coincidental that pretty interesting. Which is wild. Like space-based warfare. That's crazy. This is a lot of unprocessed volume. A dopamine shortage for GameStop holders? I don't doubt that. Spy giving it back. Woo! It's got a lot to give back, though. And I doubt it does. We're not. This isn't really a day trading stream. I mean, I do hard, but not here. Yeah, I also would never trust anything backed by Bill Ackman. Not really interested in being his sell side liquidity. How could you pass on something like that? Yeah, I mean, have you looked at the chart though? That's such dog shit. You're getting sold. You're getting sold shares, dude. Look at the 1 day chart. I had no interest in that until the 1 day downtrend breaks. Because it is sturdy. Ugh. I already invest in one of those companies. I don't need two of them. I'm just kidding. Nah, man, Bill Ackman does not have your best interests at heart. So when you hear something by Billy posted, you should be going the other way. But of course, if you want to do a billionaire's job for him, by all means, go yell about it online to your friends. I typically find my own plays that aren't pushed on me by billionaires. Oh, no disrespect, dude, but that is not a winning strategy. You got to get off social media, dude. Fuck. What do you do? Yeah. I don't go online, you know? I don't read anything. I post to Twitter. I don't ever go on Twitter and read things, though. Not interested. Any social media, really. As a content creator, I realize it's all just a product being sold. What do you think this is? You know? It's basically the same thing. I think I'm doing it a little bit better than other people, but nonetheless, you know, I'm incentivized to find you good plays. I mean, to make you money for the views, because that's the whole thing for me. You know, I don't necessarily care that you make money. I care that you watch the video. I care that you hit the like button. And how do I get that? I make you money, right? But as far as like your bank account balance, does not matter to me at all. Like, I hope you do well. And if you are hanging out here, you should be learning enough to do well, specifically if you've been on the super stonk, and are willing to put in a little time, right? But everybody's got their own reasoning for things, right? So when Bill Ackman posts a big thing online, his thesis, it's not to make you money. It's to buy up his position, because he is a big player. It has a lot of liquidity, right? So he owns X amount of shares, millions of shares or whatever. It's hard to place those at the open market. Like, you'll just crush all the buyers because it's in a liquid stock. There's no buyers on the order book. So you just would melt it down. But you get online and you stir up some buzz, and all of a sudden there's the fucking order book lights up for buyers, and now you can start bleeding them down, right? But people don't realize that, and they're just like, yeah, I read this thing and I believe it, and I'm going to make some money because I was told so. Which is aggressive. Doesn't mean he's wrong. He could be right. I don't know. That's just my bias to never, ever participate, right? It could. That is true. And you could play momentum. But I would just never participate ever. Because who cares if it ignites one short squeeze? What about the other 99 times when it was just a fucking suck on your liquidity? Right? It's just not worth it, Even though one time it may work, like, you got to realize that you're a trader every time. And then if you're playing the average of it only working 1% of the time or whatever, like this fucking crazy-ass moonshot, it's just not consistent. You may as well play GameStop at 18%. At least then you've got a cult following. At least you have idiots like me willing to do what Ryan says. Right? That's the truth. I mean, 18% it's not, it's just healthy. It's, it's back and forth. Like, I don't think you're going to ignite a short squeeze on 18%. At all. But, it's end of year. Billy's got quotas to make, albeit of me to stop him from doing so. I don't know how they would get to invest first unless it was like a IPO'd out of Tesla. Structurally speaking, I don't think that makes sense. And you can already invest in SpaceX, FYI. Oh! Little did you know. Which you've been able to do for some time, FYI. Only about 8 months. And why would you ever invest in SpaceX? Like, I don't get why investing in SpaceX is even, like, attractive to begin with. Pass. So SpaceX is going to get an evaluation that's way more than it should be, and they're going to bleed it down. Fantastic. I don't think I would be interested in that. Hey, thanks for a like. Appreciate that. Have a good day, homie. Yeah, but getting it doesn't make it good. That well, you could be the first round of liquidity to be sold down. Like that's I don't know. I'm not really into anything that Elon does ever. So have fun with that, dude. You vote with your dollars, and I am not voting for that. Pass. Like ultra turbo super pass. Uber pass. Like I honestly couldn't think of something I want to do less. That's crazy. Do you? And you don't think that what you're doing is the exact same? Not only that, but for like, I'm not even gonna say it. And yet you're here with the obvious trade. Isn't that crazy? Good luck, homie. What are you like? What are you here for? You just jumped in. You're like, I'm gonna fucking talk about Tesla, and we get that a lot recently. It's like, where are you guys coming from? Like, I know I don't have a lot of people here, so it's like I should be polite to everyone, but that's what you're doing today. Like, I'm gonna get online and talk to people about SpaceX. I'm gonna load up on Tesla. Walk with Elon, and Elon walks with you. Or is that a different guy? Oh, right. Spreading. Well, again, keep that to myself. Yeah, you see what it says GME 4-hour PMO, make or break. Probably keep it to that, you know. I mean, we understand you had an idea, but just file it upstairs. You'll have some more throughout the day, I'm sure. But just file those upstairs too, right? We don't have to share all of them if they're not relevant to the situation at hand. When you file your ideas, you get to let them percolate, and you'll kind of come to an understanding of whether or not they're good or bad ideas through time as well. And then you'll be grateful you held it upstairs and didn't share it. Sometimes. But other times you'll gain conviction and you'll be like, oh yeah, I should share this. This is great. I actually struggle with that as well. Thinking before you speak is more difficult, you know? Specifically when you do it for a living full time. Like, man, I'm not thinking about anything, specifically not about the things I'm saying. Oh my God, that's way too much work. Yeah, not a channel just to spread bad investment advice on. I got that part handled, don't worry. Woo! Yeah, do call outs ahead of time, not after billionaires yell about them online. Woo! Like, nobody wants to hear about current weather, right? Tell us about future weather. I heard those had a pretty high crash rate. I'll be back. All right, we're back. What do we have? 2 hours left. Chilling. I guess we'll just talk about our breakdown today. We'll talk about our straddles, right? Because they're still fairly profitable. Recommend those, I guess, today and tomorrow. After that, I wouldn't want to participate too much because you do want to target enough time to make it worthwhile, right? Just this 22. Maybe right here. Like if I had to snipe a level. And I can't even get it. Uh-oh. Or maybe you could swing down here, but I doubt it. Like, you see how this even goes back further? I don't ever think GameStop goes far. Dude, no one cares. You're barking up the wrong tree so hard here. It's not even funny. But even if you're right, like I just won't care at all because it's like not how I direct my cash flow. Like, it's like people who go long on war or prisons. It's like I don't care. Even if you are right, it's just like I honestly don't care and think less of you for doing so. Like who needs to profit off that? Like you need to see people die. That's where you're putting your dollars. Every dollar's a vote, baby. I'm just not interested. Mwah, mwah, mwah. But good luck. I'm sure you're just awesome. You see it lots, right? Where people don't take into account moral implications of their actions. It's like they don't even think about it and they're just like going crazy about it. I mean, I know I'm unaware about stuff too, but dang. No, but you're obsessed with Tesla and SpaceX, therefore Elon, and it's like I'm not voting for Elon with any dollars. You don't have to understand, homie. I'm not trying to really speak to you. I'm more or less narrating to the rest of the people here listening. Um, every stock you buy is a vote. Ay ay ay. It was a parallel about how moral implications, are present, even though one may not consider them with their investments. Yeah, see, this is exactly what I'm saying. You're not taking it into account. You don't understand that a dollar spent is a vote cast, which is fine. It's not on you to understand because you're the one doing it. Like, that's a lot of work for someone involved in the situation. Like, I'm not your therapist, Toby. I'm talking to the other people just so they understand what's going on with the environment here. But I absolutely can't think that way. It's not, though. It's not at all. And the fact that you still can't understand that is insane. Like, if you're not smart enough to make money another way, why bother? You know? Like, if. Uh, we all have our own moral compass, man. If it aligns to your own, it's not on me. And I'm not even a religious person. Yeah. I mean, that's. again, your lack of understanding is astounding. I'm doing options. I'm not buying shares, so I'm not voting. I'm sure the inflow of liquidity is nothing. The two are just totally irrelevant, right? Not connected at all. I don't get how you got here. Fucking GameStop stream, buddy, comes in hard. He's like, let me tell you all about it. Oh, I got an idea. He's the Terminator. Was that a good idea? Did I have a good idea there? It certainly makes my afternoon better. No, I got no time for anyone who can't get with the program. To just... Ugh, disgusting. If you want to have an idea, that's not this idea, I suggest you start your own community. And then you could curate people who want to have and share that same idea with you. Kind of like we're doing here, right? But it's not a Tesla stream. It's not an Elon or SpaceX stream or, my random stock investment idea stream. Sorry, I would never take a trade that someone suggested to me online. I know that's kind of crazy to say as the guy suggesting those trades online, but I've been doing this for many years that I've been a part of many different groups, paid and non-paid, whatever. There's no one here to be your friend. That is literally the truth of it. And the only people who are coming out like that are A, people who don't know better and are idiots, just don't listen to them, or B, someone who's actually out to be malicious, which is also just as bad as the first, So it's like, not interested. Sorry. Like I see so much of this online, specifically within this community, which I am drawn to, right? I'm involved for better or worse, and I'm going to make it for better because it's the thing, right? So we see a lot of people losing consistently, right? And it's just like I can't bear to see it anymore. So, we're here to lead the way, and then hopefully other people can, kind of get with that program as well, and just cut with the idiocy. There's so much of it. I don't want to be disrespectful because I understand myself, but god damn. Whew. And I know you guys are excited. That's okay. It's okay to be excited. You're like, wow, I have the opportunity, the potential to make a lot of money. But it's not your excitement that actually hits the bat or whatever, like actually, links the chain or like has these, the potentiality of it into reality. You have to do that, and it's going to take hard work, and it needs to be emotionless. And the excitement or the elation or whatever the fuck you want to put to it is just as bad as the irrational fear that people may suffer from as well, right? They're two sides of the same coin. And if you really want to make this work, you got to rid yourself of it, right? It's it's tough work. I get it. It's a potential life-changing trade for a lot of us. And you can get all excited after, but let's make sure we get on base first, right? Appropriately. Because we don't want to be celebrating when we're still up at bat. Right? Furthermore, that same attitude applies to everything else you're reading online. Like Bill Ackman's thesis on a stock. Really? You sure about that? You sure about that? Yeah, I think you should leave me. Just what do you think the chances are that another individual, we'll remove the names from it, has a random retail investor's interest at heart, right? The average Twitter user. Whew. It's not how trading works. And it's heartbreaking because there's going to be people who just fall prey to it over and over and over and over again. And they like it's like it's tough. You have to look at revenue on things too, right? Like I don't even want to talk about that trade anymore, but there's not a lot of money going to space. And we see a lot of these space stocks ripping, but I just typically use that as an indicator. Like I had Bitcoin pulled up and you're like, oh, we talk about crypto. It's like, no way, we cannot. I'm only using this as a liquidity-based indicator for the broader market, as it does flow globally, the whole market's going to trace together. Like, it has been a bit of a disconnect, though, on that note, because we are way up there and we're not way up there. A little bit of a disconnect, but still, you get a general idea, right? Check futures for that reason as well. Meme-based stocks, what I say on that is companies that don't generate tangible revenue consistently and have overvaluation. Space stocks kind of fit that profile. They're worth a bunch of money, apparently, on future prospects, but they're not currently making any money as well as spending a buttload of it. Classic meme stock stuff, right? Not making money, spending a bunch. It's like when the market's frothy, right? It's like maybe a little too excited. But I think GameStop trending sideways into OPEX is, exactly what we want. I know people say, oh, it's boring, got to do other things. You don't. We already sold our contracts. We're farming this IV. We've just chilling to January. This is exactly what we want. Just consolidation, some beeps and boops, a little up, a little down. Keep it between 20 and 25. It's that easy, right? And if it does that every single day, we're chilling. And that's what we're watching for. We don't want it to go above 25 currently, or we'd be losing, right? We don't want it to go below 20, or we'd be losing. So what may be interpreted as boring trading, oh, GameStop's down in the gutter, it's not even worth looking at. It's like, that's exactly what I want to look at. It just, whether or not your positions are aligning with this, current price action or not, that's going to be up to you. We did our best to recommend it to everybody, and still are. You just be with selling 22 straddles now instead of 23s, right? Let's refresh this. We're midday. We may as well. Right? So see, now we're down recommending 22s. Where was the mid trigger? I was so excited when we found it. I don't see it now, though. Yes, so if you can get a good fill, then it really becomes worth it. Like, the bid ask isn't great, but if you can get in the middle, then it becomes much more favorable. It's all about getting a good fill, which is exactly why you'll see people drive up liquidity like Bill's doing. Because when you're moving a trade with any size, like hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of contracts, or even maybe more, you need someone on the other side of that trade. So that's why you make these social media posts and get people riled up, because it's the difference between, getting 218 per contract or 235 per contract. And when you're doing them in bulk, it makes a difference, right? So that's just always be aware of that. Whenever someone else is recommending something, specifically, don't get it, on autofill on the bid or ask or whatever. Always try to play the mid. Get an optimal fill. Because a lot of people, they want I need to buy this. I got 1 minute to buy it. I need it to fill right now. But the contracts have such a wide spread that you just go into negative immediately. But you can avoid that by being patient and just like letting your order sit there, and then some other one can come in and meet you in the middle. Yeah, we're not really below 22 though. So you always overcorrect, right? So you're always going to go through a support and then come back to it. Just like you're always going to go through a resistance and then come back to it. Momentum usually shoots through and then needs to rebalance. It's rare that it hits it perfectly and holds it perfectly. It doesn't mean that this support is blown out and not relevant. It means that you might want to watch for it becoming non-relevant if it can't reclaim, but it could just be liquidity grab, specifically if you're on a 15-minute candle or something, or maybe more than that. Well, the 1 hour just started, so that's not great. If this is okay on the 4 hour candle, this candle could, within the next 2 hours, eat itself back up so that it's just a wick like these were, right? See how the 21 was holding, and it was just the wicks that were below it that kept getting eaten up. So you could very much have, within the close of this candle, that take place, and then your 22 support is still holding, even though, on the 1 minute chart, it's like, oh, well, it broke down. Technically, yes, but I just would wait for that confirmation on a larger time frame. Do you look at charts, other equities at all? Not on this stream. You can mention them if you want in the watering hole Discord, where I teach people how to day trade appropriately. And I'll give you my breakdown of a chart, whether I think it's bullish or bearish or what's going on. I'm happy to do so here in the Discord. I shall do all of it. Yeah, I think Intel's fine long term. That's a company I like. For teens again. Wow. Straight pedo investing. I'm just kidding. Well, that's like the joke this week, right? That's redacted investing. I prefer 25 plus. Bad joke. I'm sorry. Oh. It's funnier in my head. So retracing the view up, I would imagine we kind of grab support here and boost up, but there could be some liquidity grabs underneath. Doubtful, but... And that could potentially align with the end of our pullback here, maybe? I don't know. I could tell you exactly what's happening. Utilization's up. A bunch of calls sold, hit the chain. I can guarantee you that. And that's hedged downwards. Ta-da! It's not hard to figure out. Hi, Maya. $19.80. Maybe. I would probably do 2020, but I don't think it matters. I know a lot of people try to time bottom perfectly. I'm not interested in that. I'm waiting until this. I dollar cost average on all my buys and sells. Yeah, but there's a difference between in the money calls and out of the money calls. One is supportive, the other is like suppressive. I'll be back. I have to deal with my cat here. All right, I'm back with lunch. So I'm going to eat in private. I'm still here, though. I think it'll move after hours, but you know, not really paying too much attention to it right now. Just on the side, but it's kind of like a personal thing. I think I gave pretty clear guidance in the Discord there. Okay, I'm settled. I've had lunch. We have an hour and a half, no problem. Let's see if we can get an afternoon reversal. Wouldn't mind it. That'd be cool. Then I do have a couple things to do on the side. But I'm here. I'm chilling. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate. Excuse me, that was disgusting. Sometimes I forget I'm on mic. Oh, at least that was on camera. It blew a big bubble when I did it. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, let's put those feetsies up. Get relaxed here. Maybe we'll do another social post, even though I'm pretty sure they reached 0 people. Emotes look good for the screenshots. If anyone wanted to help out. I know a lot of you seem very eager to help. You can help, just appropriately. And it ain't out about Starlink and Elon. Oh. I think that's fine. I set an alert for 488. Well, your alert needs to be at 513. But I guess if you want to be there early, 488 is fine. If we break into the gap, 513, then you can see 7. So I wouldn't want to play it until we broke in and tested. Like, you want confirmation of the gap break. But again, I'm not... There's no news on this. It's just volume. There's no guarantee. Just... It's not a buy now because it's cheaper than what I'm saying. It's make it work for you first. If it can't do the work, then we don't want it. But if it's able to put in the work and it's a good worker, then we'll hire it. But I'm not just going to like hire some dude randomly. I want to see his resume. Yeah, because there's about a 99% chance that it rejects 513. Or barely breaks through and then dive bombs out of it. So you want to see it break above and hold. And then you can enter. Retail traders are so giddy. I used to be that way too. That's why I know. That's like that, you know, when you see a post, oh, Bill Ackman they're so willing to act. They're just like, I'm jumping in. But in reality, almost always the smartest thing to do is to wait. Entries are important. Timing is so much. And I don't expect it till after hours. GameStop breaking up. Woo! We're going to reclaim that 22. Wow. Baller. I want to make a write-up for some people about why GameStop's a good investment through 2026 as well. Maybe that's what we'll do tomorrow. Okay? A little Christmas present for everybody. Because it's important to be aware of the facts, not just the hype. And honestly, the earnings speak for themselves. It's just a matter of compounding it and proving that it can be compounded and not just a fleeting one and done. Because, you know, it's not just about turning earnings around for 1 year. It's about 2 or 3 years of it. Sorry, camera's in and out today. I have no idea why. Yeah, so if you're ever curious, you know, we got the introduction to trading, and then the YouTube videos will all make sense. And I did a lot of day trading on those YouTube videos as well. Kind of pushing it into the Discord now, but I gotta start making those videos again. Doing a pretty good job at that, I think. I'm sure some people disagree. I don't know how you could do better, but I'm sure someone is. Getting everybody their GameStop options sorted. which is awesome. Because I know a lot of people struggle with that. Not only the contracts, but the theory behind the contracts, right? What's the technical entry model? How do I manage that position? How do I hedge it appropriately? And I think we'll just become like an options trader for GameStop. I think that's probably the way forward. And then the technical analysis is just like with that as well, right? Uh-oh. I said not till after hours. We'll see, though. It's probably a rejection. That was a pretty nasty candle there. Right, that upper wick rejection. It's a lot of sellers in that area. And then this engulfing bearish candle after it. Ooh, that does not look good. And that's why you wait until the 515 break. So you're not getting in early, and then you're not exposing yourself to that volatility risk. Because that's a lot of sellers or shorts right there. GameStop isn't a meme stock anymore, in my opinion. I'm more long and going to trade around my position and learn how to do it better here. Yeah, we got you covered. I mean, it definitely is a meme stock. And I wouldn't have it any other way. And I fully expect it to trade as one again as well. But in the current time, it likes to cosplay as a blue chip and deletes its IV entirely. Because that's something you'll see with those bigger, more stable companies. Their implied volatility is much lower because, it takes a lot of money to move, a $1 trillion company, like percentage-wise. So volatility does become far less when you are consistently just trading. It's quite straightforward as GameStop is right now. And that's, where the miracle of it comes in is there's the stability of that as well as the, volumetric events, if you will. I fully expect the market to rip up for quite some time. Oh, I've also determined that the carry trade has nothing to do with GameStop. As the pessimist I am, Kitty never once mentioned the carry trade. He shared that one meme that had, and it was just that, a meme template that people use all the time. Where they're rushing to the microphone. Wood, right? And that's all it was, wood, because everybody's going to slap GameStop so hard, right? It was like a representation of current time frame things in meme format, which one should expect. And then, how do you cover that up? Well, you blame it on the carry trade. And then there's the whole official carry trade narrative that everybody fucking latches onto. But I went back through those things. I'm not sold on it. Is it a thing? Sure. Is it directly related to GameStop? Nah, gonna be a nah for me, dog. You know, of course, you could interconnect to anything back if you wanted, but can you prove that? Not so much. Um, so if you can't do that, it almost becomes intangible, right? So I don't think the carry trade is, this supportive factor for our trade. Phenomenon that is taking place, sure, but the unwinding of this could take years and years and years and years and years, and the parties, involved in it are well aware, of the factors, more so than any of us, obviously, as well as that risk mitigation and managing the position and the controlled unwind of it, if you will, which again could take a long time. So to directly relate that to, the 2024 GameStop move, I don't know about that so much. Just thinking back on it, right, and kind of replaying events, it was just a social media squeeze. Kitty came out and locally squeezed the chain, which we know about, right? We have almost detailed proof of that through the order book, which is still on YouTube. And then the social media hype right on top of that, just a localized gamma squeeze. But if I was the trading group on the other side, I sure as hell would run a false narrative to cover that all up, because that is repeatable. Whereas that carry trade unwind is very much, like under your control. Well, every investment's a long-term investment. Even when a stock squeezes, it's long-term. For a good example of this, the quantum companies. That's 4 hour. RGTS or whatever, right? RTGS? I don't even know. It's been a minute since I looked at anything long-term. You could have sold this last year. So let's say GameStop squeezes. GameStop's going to run from... Sorry about that. My cat threw up. Did you hear her? Like, oh man, I don't feel good. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. So yeah, carry trade. official mainstream narrative that was adopted to cover up a localized gamma squeeze, because God forbid you guys learn how to do it. Check. GameStop squeezing as a long-term investment. Check. But you can still scalp around the core, because this went up, as example, 1,200%, 1,300%. And then it fell back to the 200, as things do. That 200 is where it belongs. 200 is your God now. Fell 60% off of that. Half of its value, more than half of its value. And technically to the bottom more, but we don't time bottoms. We just time, real things. Sorry, 60%, yep. And then time gap fill, which is crazy that this gap filled. And then when it broke above the upper band, finally squeezed a second time. The second squeeze goes 7,000%. 1,200% gives back more than half of it. A whole year passes. Second squeeze, 7,000%. Multitudes higher than the first. And this will absolutely happen. It's going to take a long time, though. And those are value-based price discovery squeezes, not short interest squeeze. Well, they're a little bit short interest, but it's different. Yeah, we understand it's less desirable, but who cares when you pay 1% when you're, investing in a 5.5% market? No one. So it doesn't actually matter until our market turns back, at which point then maybe there's an unraveling, which was the case in 2024, right? But since then, we're so much higher than any other time frame of the market that any money that was borrowed to invest is got to be bright green, which easily pays for any borrow rate. And now once those positions turn back against them, that becomes maybe a little bit more of a serious discussion. But with the SPY up where it's at, I just am not super convinced of its relevancy. Why pay close attention to it, though? I don't think it warrants that close attention. Which I know is strange because everybody's obsessed with it. But once I thought about it a little bit, I don't think it deserves any credence other than people realizing that maybe it's not the, inciting incident or factor that they think it is, and that they should go back and re-examine the trade of 2024 to see, what exactly took place there. Because I had forgotten, I'll admit, because I, wasn't a content creator at that point, and, you're just involved with things, but then you really do start to map this out for everybody. Is it a thing in the broader market? Sure, absolutely. But is it what ignites GameStop? No. It's a localized gamma squeeze that ignites GameStop, just like it's always been. And that's not going to change. The only thing that changes is the distraction that they use to keep you from learning that. Oh, we're not even on GameStop anymore. Wait a minute, that chart's going the wrong way. But again, it just goes to show you that when something does squeeze, and it can reinvest it. That's because there were offerings there. Don't kid yourself, and that money was reinvested in the company. But when leadership can do that appropriately, you can take what was, this squeeze or melt up and turn it into something multitudes more, right? The 1,000 to versus 7,000% squeeze is, they're different. They're both great, sure, but and that's why I'm kind of a fan of GameStop's solution as well, is it cements the future of the company, which allows those secondary or even more of them to come forth, right? Yeah, and I just don't think the powers that be are unaware to the upcoming interest rate decision. There's not even going to be a surprise decision. I don't think that's what it would take to induce shock and a potential layered unwind. But I don't know. I went through those articles twice this weekend, and I still understand very little. I don't think there's that much collateral needed to suppress GameStop. I know that's an unpopular opinion as well, but we'll see. Time will tell. I'm sure as the years go by, I'll look back and be like, you ignorant son of a bitch. You didn't know anything, right? But for now, I'm just out here doing my best. And we're here for the long haul, right? We might taper back, obviously, if we're not meeting goals on viewership. But we'll still be here, right? We'll still be in the Discord. We'll still do the lives. We'll still create the daily videos, but it'll just be maybe a little less of the lives. It's 4 hours a day is quite extensive, right? And then, maybe 6 months, we try to go full time again. Maybe a year, we try to go full time again. And I'm certain at some point it will pan out, right? But I don't want to overcommit to anything too early, right? Because it is easy to, maybe it's short and sweet is the thing, right? Less is better because, there's, you show up and I'm just sitting here doing nothing because it's 4 hours of it. And GameStop trades sideways for what have we been doing for the last hour? Not much, right? So someone shows up and then they leave because they're like, well, that's not entertaining. That didn't immediately answer, my questions or whatever. But if it was like an hour stream, I wouldn't stop talking, I don't think. And that might be a better route. More condensed version of this. And then we do a longer stream if, we are breaking 20 million volume or something, right? Or yeah, I appreciate you guys. Even though I am a disagreeable individual, right? I still appreciate the eyes, right? Disagreeable. That's one way to say it. Man, you got to protect your neck though, right? And a lot of people are either super aggressive and maybe not leading you in the right direction. Or they don't really know what they're talking about. I'm in the latter group, obviously. It's not my intent to be malicious, so obviously I'm a dummy. But like I said, that's going to evolve as we continue. And hopefully, we'll come away as a better trader for it, right? And on that note of malicious traders, if I get a buyout offer, I'm taking it. Right away, I'm taking that. But I don't imagine we'll get that until the audience grows more. You'll know though. I'll start selling out of the money calls. I'll be like, hey, buy these 50s. They're a great deal. Yeah, well, that's why I usually am on Twitch for that. That won't do well here, though. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure there's anything anyone could say to me that would change my opinion at all. Ryan could say some stuff. That's about it, though. Maybe Larry. Very few people could sway my GameStop bias, right? 1823s. Nice. Just weeklies? Yeah, I see. I told you that's why the stock's down. It was clear as day. Yeah, selling them's actually not worth it even. I wouldn't want to tie my shares up for that. You got to play it a little closer, I guess. Well, it was, utilization was up, right? And I doubt that they're delivering someone recalled shares, right? Because it would go from, if it was a share recall, it would go from whatever number right to 100, like that. But if it's just people, selling some naked calls, borrowing some shares to do so, yeah, why not? I think that makes sense. Sold calls get hedged downwards, right? It's a bearish position. Yeah. Well, that's to do with the bid and ask. So it's sometimes beneficial to sell an illiquid option. Like if you're looking at the chain and you see, a whole bunch of money at one strike and then not a lot at another strike, as the buyer, you need to be where the liquidity is at. As a seller, sometimes it's nice to sell in a liquid option because, you get an impatient buyer, right? And they're buying it on the ask, right? And then immediately use the seller of that can buy it back, on the bid typically. So, or at least on the mid, right? It's because you're not impatient, right? You got all the time in the world because your position that you just sold is already green by X% because the spread is so wide. Which sometimes is like a decent percentage. Like, what are the 22.5s? Yeah, that's a 5-cent spread on 30 cents. Like, that's a lot. All right, that's nearly 20%. How are you going to be a successful trader when you're opening your positions at a negative, 18% or whatever? That's impressive. So that's why it's really important to look at the spread, the bid and the ask before you're entering or exiting any positions and making sure that you're getting an appropriate fill, not just an immediate fill. Because, the mid may not fill in this moment, but it probably fills in the next few, right? So you don't have to get a fill this very second. Yes, Miss Maya? Meow. Good girl. Get some cat laps in. Yeah, and we have very little downside. Currently, I would say. Upside is, I think, also pretty much capped unless we get a catalyst at 24.5. Which could be, I don't know what Burry's going to say. No one does but him, right? And I don't know when that gets released, part 2, right? Some people were saying he'd reveal a position. I doubt it. But it doesn't mean that it's not actionable advice that is, in a bullish capacity. And then it's like, what's the time to implementation on that? And then the tailwind into, like, results, I guess. Because just like, how we've been selling power packs for how long now, we're still not necessarily seeing the impact of that. At least price discovery wise, we are on the books, which is good. But I think that really does need to compound before anyone's willing to accept it as reality. And, now we see the anti-monopoly thing coming out against collectors, which owns PSA. Doesn't necessarily scream upwards momentum. But it also doesn't scream irrelevancy. All right, because that's the last thing we want, is to be irrelevant. No, I don't. I think his Christmas... You guys ready for a super duper unpopular opinion? You remember his Season of Perpetual Hope meme on YouTube? The last YouTube video he posted was a Christmas thing. The Season of Perpetual Hope. And they were all boarding the bus together. And Chewie was going to drive you back to your cost basis. That was his gift to you. He did a local gamma squeeze, got you all back up to where you could sell. And whether or not you took that present or not, it was up to you. But people are like, no, there's a present in the box next year. When in reality, that was as high as it was going for some time. Oh! It was a present for you. You just had to take it and open it. Does it matter? No. Well, it did for anyone who scalped out on that call out. It did for people who didn't want to be in a trade long term. Because it was an exit ramp for people. Not everyone wants to be here. Not everyone is me. Not everyone is you. Some people just wanted to recoup their cost basis and move on. That is the reality of it. It's the truth. And that was his present to them. He doesn't owe anyone anything after that. He did exactly what he said he would. If he got you involved in something that hurt you, he got you out, and there is your present. I know, Maya. I told you they wouldn't want to hear it. Yeah, it's not anything. I would super duper not count on an anniversary of it, doing anything. If it does, I'll eat my own shoe, But I'm the guy who's going to be right every single time until he's wrong once, rather than the guy who's wrong every single time until he's right once. The two are the same, but you see the difference, right? Like, I'll always say, this isn't it. This isn't it. No, sorry. In contrast, and be wrong the time that it does go, right? Because I'm just used to saying no, rather than the person always saying yes, 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 yes. Being wrong every single time. Because who knows? Maybe I do call it out. I've called things out before. I'm pretty good at it. I don't know if you've hung around the channel at all. It's kind of what I do all day. And I think I'm going to try my best, obviously. And, it's going to be a crazy ride. I can't say who's going to do it better than anyone else, or no one's going to do it perfectly. Like, it's its own thing, but, I would like to be here forever, obviously, right? If GameStop was the last investment I had to make, perfect. Nailed it. You know how brutal it is doing stock research? Looking up all these, niche things that you don't really know about. They have to now learn, it's exhausting. If you could just YOLO your income into GameStop, which I know a lot of us have been doing, but not just that, but have it pay off, and get those returns that you're looking for. It all becomes so much easier, right? If you can consistently outperform the market, it's good. It's really good, right? And then you can, obviously, play some options along that journey as well. That because you're going to be involved with the stock, right? You're going to know, the ins and outs, when it's coming up, when it's coming down, and once you understand, the options as a basic, it's not difficult. Like buddy's selling 1823s this morning. Yep. Check. No problem there, right? We're recommending 22s, which is a little aggressive, but 23, 22, doesn't matter. Just at the money, a little out of the money if you're risk adverse. It's clear as day that the price is retracing. Like, I don't know how clear we could have been with this. And since last week, too, it's the 4-hour PMO. Every single time. Every single time. Because it's not just going to reverse one day. It's... Ay. Even if it does come back, it's a lot of momentum to swing back the other way, and it takes time. Like, you got to bottom it out. So it's a good time to be a seller, right? It's a good time to be a seller on GameStop. People don't sell shares. That's fine. I get it. Sell calls instead. Sell cash secured puts. Some people do naked puts, I'm sure, and naked calls, but I don't like risk like that. I know that's how you get rich quickly, but I'm not that confident yet, you know? And I know it may not seem like much to some people, but for those of us looking to generate an income off of our GameStop holding, you take what you can get. And you have to accept the risk. Like, nobody wants to be selling shares at, sub 30. I get it. You can buy them back. I know, a crazy idea, right? Your shares get called away and you bought them back. Wow. Oh my God. That's so crazy. Right? It's not. It's very straightforward. So, as long as you're not selling so much time that it exposes you to a massive price swing. But when we see a 4-hour PMO reverse, yeah, you can sell weeklies. No problem at the money. It just is what it is. And maybe the price moves up and you get your weeklies called, right? But you know where it didn't move to in a week? 50. You'd be buying them back at 22.20 if they got called at 22. Or, you know what I mean? Like the amount that you'll lose on buying them back is like, it's whatever, the premium that you're able to farm consistently far outweighs it. And it's maybe you have to buy them back one in, 6 times or something, right? That's part of the risk, and you have to take that risk, right? And just be ready to, have your shares called away and buy them back. And it's about repeating the process. And of course, it's going to happen sometimes, but, don't let that stop you, right? Because a lot of people are like, no, I can't sell a call here. I need to sell my GameStop for $200 a share, not 30 or whatever. And it stops them from making any income in the short term when they could easily be doing so on very little risk. Yeah. I'd prefer more of just like generalized complaining and displeasure with everything than necessarily crying. I know the two are very similar, but I think one embodies strength and the other weakness. Oh. Yeah, I don't know who's be crying though. Like, People locked in their position, I guess, who don't have cash for lows, maybe. Look at this tonk guy over here. What's up, Tolly? What time is it? Ooh, it's almost Tolly time. Maya, Tolly's here. She's not feeling well today. She threw up twice. Once on my bed and once on my desk. It's been a good day. What do you do, though? You know? She's doing all right. Make sure to leave a like on the stream. Subscribe to the channel if you want. GameStop options for beginners. Pretty consistently, we've been doing that with some nice profits. Yeah, she's not here, though. I sent her to McDonald's. Man. I haven't had a McNap yet today. McDonald's should make an area for people to take naps in and call them McNaps. Right? Like, you know how they used to have the playpen for kids? It's similar, but it's like just sleeping area for like old people. It's quick tenor, right? Just a few minutes. Comfy little bed, have a McNap in. The evolution of McDonald's. Oh, the downwards price action being unbearable. Yeah. IKEA has a napping spot? Oh my gosh. Tolly, those are just bedroom models. You're not supposed to sleep there. How long you been living in IKEA now? How many years has it been? He just goes from area to area. They still haven't caught him. I'm not even sure that they know he's there. He's completely incognito, this one. Is where you drop your kids off while you're at IKEA? Oh, man. It's like free daycare. So parents like drop their kids off and then they like leave IKEA. They don't even go into the store shopping. They like bail out and go to work for the day. Come back, get their kids from IKEA. With your shopping spree. Dang. Yeah, kids do interfere though, right? They're like, I want to go home. And that ends it. Selling 22s at 23 on the weekly. Imagine you wouldn't sell those. Well, for me, it's more technical. And I'm at 23. But that's the only way to lower that average, though, right? And again, I've got no problem buying them back. Because it's not like, you know, if I get called at 22, you know, it's not like I'm forced to buy them back at my average. I'm buying them back at, you know, the price I get called at. Because you're going to get called at Friday at 22 and I'm going to buy them Monday at 22.02. Right? It's like irrelevant. So my 23 average has nothing to do with it. Specifically as we're in a downwards period of time. Yeah, well, we are doing all week here. We offer this in the Discord. Right? I like to do a straddle where you can sell a call and a put. Earlier, well, last week we were doing 23s. You know, just at the money, right? And then as long as you have common shares to hedge the sold call and cash to hedge the sold put or whatever, you know, you'll be fine. And that way you're just actively farming. And because it's a straddle, it doesn't really matter when you sell it. Like, even though the price is down right now from 23 to 22, it just dictates the at the money that you're selling, right? The price hasn't really changed that much because the put that you're selling has increased in price when the call that you're selling has decreased in price. So the two are still at equilibrium together, right? So just because the price is down today doesn't really have any effect on the straddle strategy, right? You're just going from selling 23s to now selling 22s, and then still you want it above 1980, right? And below 24.5, 24.2, which I think is super, super doable. And then if we go below this, right, if we go below the 19 or 20 there, you'll need $2,000 or $2,200 to buy your shares. And if we go above that, you're going to need to sell 100 shares to cover the sold call or whatever, right? Because technically, risk here would be unlimited, but if you have common shares, that they would be increasing at the same rate. So it'd be just kind of cancel it out if you did go above 25. Yeah, it's pretty active, but it's, there's a reason it rates it so highly. It's just the spread and liquidity that's not great, but it's pretty rare that you're going to have a score like this and, it'd be really good, or else everybody would just do it, right? But for someone who's just selling a couple contracts, it's easy to get a couple contracts filled. For someone who needs thousands of contracts, it's a lot harder to get those actively filled in full, right? So as a small fry, you can slip through the gaps pretty easily. Yeah, so if you don't have the that and you're just like looking for income, it's a little different. Maybe I'm selling a little bit further out of the money at that point. If you want to go really close, the riskiest thing you could do, the most aggressive you could do is a Jan 1623, in my opinion. All right, and then it gets less risky as you approach that call wall. 24 is probably where we'll be. It's like, that's it. And then if you want to, kind of have a confirmed win, 25.5. So basically, playing with fire, middle zone could go either way. Confirmed, not getting anything called away. That's kind of how I have my matrix set up. And then, how close do you want to be? The faster you play, the more sure you should be, right? Like, I expect the price to remove far less in this time frame than in this, and also it's easier to forecast, right? Further ahead, but some people like to just do the theta, right? And you're going to obviously get more theta this way without having to manage. So typically, if we're like downtrending, if we're just like doing our regular thing, I like to play really close expiries. But if we get like a crazy spike or something, then I like to capture a whole bunch of that at once and sell further out on a longer dated. So typically, like right now, we're just kind of downtrending, doing dog shit. I would just be selling, closer expiry dated calls. And then, say GameStop starts spiking up to 25, maybe up to 30, then we can maybe target some longer days. Specifically, If it really spiked like 45, 70, I don't know, then you can really make the most out of it if you want. Of course, at that point, it may become worthwhile to start selling shares as well. I don't know. I do a nice blend, but not a perfected strategy by any means. I've sold calls and then had those calls go negative thousands of percent and not been able to scale out my commons because all of my shares were held up in covered calls. I've had it happen, man. So I'm always, a percentage of my portfolio is short-term calls that get sold. A percentage of my portfolio is longer-term calls that get called. A percentage of my portfolio gets held to scalp around my core position during like pre and post hours. And now we add warrants to the situation that are available there as well. Never going all in on one strategy, like kind of spreading the butter around a couple different biscuits here. Even though it's a GameStop basket of biscuits, there's a couple different buckets that we play in, I guess. Yeah, I think selling that OPEX wall at 25 is like free money. Even 24, I think, is probably fine because even if we finish above 24, this contract is going to be so green because of the theta decay into 24, right? Like, what is this option worth right now? Old man got to put his glasses on. $34. That can't be. It's got to be more. Yeah, $30. 33. It's not a lot, but it's, it is what it is. I get it. Like, oh, I'm going to make $30 on $2,000 investment. Like, I get it. It's not great, but the thing is, it's only a couple days and like 25 days, right? And then you can do it again and again and again and again, and it'll compound over time. And sometimes you get more. Like right now, we're basically bottom of the barreling it. IV is very low, but it doesn't mean you don't do it. You don't have to. You don't have to do anything, but literally free money for those of you holding. And I know a lot of you are holding a lot of shares. So, let's say you have 4,000 shares, right? You're entitled to sell 40 contracts. Maybe you sell 4 of them. Oh my God, 10%, right? And then you become maybe less, maybe it's just 1 for crying out loud. But you can become familiar with the process. You'll understand the ins and outs of it. Because I know, every day we get someone in here who's a little confused. And that's okay. It's fine. It's something that you've not done before in your life, right? This isn't like riding a bike. You've not done it. But it will become that way once you have. So that's why, maybe you just do, 1 contract. And then you gain some confidence. All of a sudden you want to take the training wheels off. And now you're doing 4 contracts, 10%. And then you're like, oh, wow, this is feeding me and my family. I'm going to scale up. And now you're doing 25%. And, then you get lucky with some IV spikes that really pay off because you're consistent with it. You're getting when it's low. And then all of a sudden, it's really paying well off some volatility. All while you're increasing your GameStop position because you're just redirecting, those gains back in. Well, preferably holding that cash for an options play, like a pre-earnings run up, right? But hi, Simba. Meow. There's a very long runway here, right? And it's very unlikely that we squeeze tomorrow. As much as I'd love it, it's very unlikely we squeeze this week. It's super duper unlikely that we squeeze pre-January OPEX. But Post, maybe, but I doubt it. I'll be a little bit more curious and vigilant as to that price action post OPEX. We get these periods where the options chain gets so loaded and condensed at specific strikes that it really tells you the narrative ahead of time. And unless there's, a volumetric event, which who can predict, or like some form of catalyst, again, who can predict, it's just status quo. And as far as, the confidence to do it and not have your shares called away, well, that's where we throw the technical analysis into it, right? And clear as day, the 4-hour PMO, which we've been yelling about for a couple of days now. We're saying, we got to watch this, make sure this holds, right? We've been watching this since here. We're like, okay, it's reversing. That's great. Good for the 1 day, but we need it to hold. It's not holding, right? 'Cause it had to hold and then reverse here. It's not. So, I mean, this just screams, bearish reversal, and, the EMAs are going to tell that same story, right? If we want to go to our 1 hour even on a larger time frame, this is a bearish reversal. We're pairing that with a key level breakdown. Oh my gosh, flushing all the way to the support we marked. Can it hold, right? So, good chance we find some support here, but, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. This is, and I take it one level at a time, right? Like, so this was kind of where we're looking for support earlier. All right, we lose it. Okay, where's our next support? Draw that out, and, we could just as easily lose this support, right? And we'll just take it level by level, working it down to our bottom supports, which do exist as well, unfortunately. All while hunting a reversal signal to the upside, right? So just how this reversed downwards on the 1 hour, and eventually, we'll get a 15-minute reversal to the upside, and, then, we'll set that back to the 30-minute, and, so on and so forth. But, we just have so many things speaking to us on different levels that are kind of leading us in the same direction, right? IV's not actually that low, though. Like, I know IV is low in comparison to its own history, right? The percentile IV is quite low. But industry-wide, GameStop IV is not that bad for the company you're getting. Typically, there is a downside to selling IV, and that is that the indice or underlying ticker has massive downside exposure, right? GameStop doesn't really have that, but still has generally acceptable IV, even though not in comparison to its own history, because it's always been so jacked up. But that's just a testament to how awesome GameStop has been for option sellers. Not necessarily a bad thing. I think it's kind of a good thing. And now selling options under your average may not be your play style. I understand that. That's okay. We all have different risk. Just keep in mind that it's short term, right? No one's saying sell a leap under the money or under your average. We're saying sell a weekly under your average, right? And just farm what you can while you can, because even if your weekly gets called and your average is 26 and now you sold at 22, when the next, because it's going to get called on Friday, you're going to find out on Sunday, Monday market, you can literally just go buy those shares at the market. And you know what the price has not done? Melted up 10%. When's the last time GameStop was up 10% on a Monday morning? Right? No, it's just not happening, right? Checks notes. Down 3%? What? But so you're not forced to buy those shares back at your average, right? You're not losing that way. You're getting the premium, and then if you have to buy your shares back because they do get called, how much price improvement was there over the price that you got called at, right? Probably not a lot. Specifically, if you're selling short-dated calls, when you extend that runway, then there's more exposure where the price could climb for weeks and weeks, right? And then, okay, that's not good. But as long as you're selling short-dated calls, the exposure delta-wise it's minimal, which is why they're worth almost nothing. Well, I don't know 22s right now. I mean, maybe earlier. Wait, we're on support here. Hold the phone. The only way I would be selling 22s is with a hedge. The most risk I'll go is at 23. But again, I'm talking when you're only doing the covered call and you're not doing it with the put as well. That changes things a little bit for me, right? It's a little bit of a different strategy. Yeah, maybe let's not sell at the bottom on support. That's probably not great. It's different if you're doing the straddle because you're balanced, right? Because you're on both sides of the fence here, right? But when you're only having the one leg, that's a lot of potential downside exposure, right? So just because these are 22s as a straddle, if I was just doing the income covered call, honestly, I'm probably looking for Jan 16 24s or Jan 16 25s. If I was really risky, 23s, but I probably wouldn't do those. It's red for a reason. And then when typically sell short term here, but once we get closer to earnings, IV is going to jack up again, right? We're going to get a pre-earnings run up. IV is going to be, up and away. And at that point, you can kind of take advantage and maybe sell some longer term ones, right? And then have GameStop gap up. I mean, one of these earnings, GameStop is going to gap up and not come back down. And it's like, you see that in, a stock has good earnings, it gaps up, and then it just goes on a run for months. At some point that will happen. And honestly, I've been thinking that it was each earnings twice in a row now. What do you do? I'm going to be pretty hopeful next earnings too, but that's the joy of a technical investor, right? Like, we're in early, right? We're in just as that run is starting, and we're scaling out into it, and it's just risk-free lottos. So we're allowed to hold and hope in comparison to the person who's buying those options, the night before earnings because they're all excited because, that's not how you do it. Those people don't get to hope for a gap up, right? Well, they do. Yeah, I think we need more revenue. Like, closing stores is great, and at what point do we stop doing that? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But I think that we need to prove ourselves in other ways, whether it be taking stakes in undervalued companies, which definitely is the way, or some other unforeseen revenue stream, whether it be collectible hardware, software they sell as well, right? I don't really know. Like, we've seen, what is that? That Claire Obscura win Game of the Year off of basically an indie development house. How much was that company worth? Because there's no reason GameStop couldn't get into that area, right? I know it sounds weird and it's probably a terrible investment, but this game made buco bucks, right? And that's, if we could have some form of compounding revenue like that, woo-wee. It's going to take a bit, but there's a possibility there. Um, I hope the Push Start Arcade ends up being more than just power packs. It's not. That's the whole thing. I'm 100% convinced that's it in its entirety. I would be flabbergasted if it wasn't. I don't really know how many employees they have. I'm just searching it up on the side here. Uno momento. Well, maybe they put Buck the Bunny and Curse Cartridge under that umbrella. I don't really know. I don't think it necessarily matters. It's more of like an advertisement campaign, right? Yeah, I mean, we could honestly trend back to 20. No one wants to hear that, but I'm pretty sure this is our support here. I'm almost certain this is our support, but you know, there's a world where we break it. Ay, ay, ay. It was made on less than $10 million development budget, and they sold 5 million copies. So $250 million in consumer revenue. It's a good return on investment. But you need the right people, which I understand is difficult. The possibility is there, though. It's not clear and straightforward, but I would love to see GameStop open up like a development studio. Probably a very risky move, but if you could onboard the right talent, oh, you could make it work. Yeah, RSI is not going to be in a good spot. I don't really use it on the hourly, though. And the 4 hour, we're still waiting for it to hit the 30. We're kind of, I think we are just chilling right now. I think we're in good hands long term. And, you know, if you guys can learn to just make the waiting work for you, I think you're going to have a lot better time hanging out. Not just here, but like in general while you wait for your stocks to squeeze. So it's always, you know, a little bit of an uncertainty, right? Like we had a really nice entry model set up pre-earnings, and then because Ryan tweeted the race cars, and then we got the White House tweet. It was really lucky, but that was all off a 15-minute order block invalidation, right? Classic entry model, right? We would have been taking it without them. So we had a really nice long entry there, which paid. And then we had the pre-earnings run up right after that, which was awesome. And then these straddles, I think, are really cool while we wait. And then earnings is going to be here again too, right? So I was nervous that we wouldn't be able to find an appropriate play, but I think this call wall is a really good way to do that moving forward while we wait. Right? Like whenever we see a massive out of the money wall, you could basically just sell, that wall with them and just follow the money. And then, if you can tie that with a support, then you get like another level to that. And I'll learn new things too as we go, right? Like there's plenty of plays I don't know about. Like I couldn't even tell you what an iron condor is. I know it exists, but there's so many different strategies that I'm not privy to, right? I could do basics, sure. Strangles, straddles, verticals, or spreads, but I'll get bored and look things up as we go as well and learn new things, and we can all incorporate that together. Take it slow. It is very slow. Like, we've got 25 days to do nothing. To just burn down theta. That's our whole life for the next 3 weeks. Is doing nothing, between 20 and 24. Perfect. That's not super interesting, right? I get that, but that's where we can read. We can go through options as a strategic investment. Any relevant data. Like we're looking at that carry trade breakdown yesterday. Well, I was yesterday. I went through it a couple of times this weekend to try to map it out a little bit better. But as far as it directly relating to GameStop, I think that's fairly straw graspy. But something to watch going forward. An interesting potential anomaly. What time is it? Because we might want to start our outro soon. Yes. And isn't that crazy? Like some other streamer, which other streamer ends early? Where are you guys coming from? We always get good numbers at the end of the day. What's that about? You guys just show up for my wrap up or what? What's going on? Right? Yeah, give me 1 minute. I'm going to just take a quick stretch and then we're going to do our outro for the day. 2 minutes. Who killed Jimmy? My boy. Double bottom. Maybe. Could be. Oh. All right. Maya. Don't give me shit. She's like, I will. Excuse me. Oh. Oh my god. What? I gotta check in on one thing. Jesus Christ. Merry Christmas, everyone. Jesus Christ. Oh! What are we looking for? $100 on this? $200? I was joking with 32, but now I want 50. I only got 10 shares left. I need a lot of money for them. Womp, womp, womp. Shit. Okay. Duplicado. Hi, Maya. Don't tell them about 2027. Maya. Literally nothing. Okay. That makes my job easy. Meow. Gotta get her back. Save this. And then this I want to be ready. Then I'm going to get myself up here. Sorry, just getting ready for our end of day recording. Cool. Maya. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a great day, and thank you so much for stopping by to chat about GameStop. A little bit of a painful day. We're down, 3%? The 4-hour PMO was on watch for us, where we're leaving off, right? Cut. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you all so much for taking the time to stop by and chat about GameStop as we retrace today a little over 3%, setting our 4-hour bearish PMO reversal signal is the last thing anybody wanted, but something that was on our radar, right? Keeping everybody vigilant, letting them know what to look out for, whether or not the support could hold, or we are looking to break down. And unfortunately, today we did break down, not only with that 4-hour PMO, but through our EMA reversal as well on some fairly significant time frames. Looking at the 1 hour primarily, boom, bearish EMA reversal right into that first candle at open, and we're pairing that with a key level breakdown. Now that is the loss of the 200 on the 1 hour as well as the 4 hour 50, which are always going to be the same level. And then just shredding downwards, which is super unfortunate, blowing through our OPEX call support at 22, right? A lot of available shares here, 30,000 of them now potentially out of the money as we move into January OPEX, which is 25 days away, right? Good news, well, we have a large support wall, assuming at 20, as you know, I did make that assumption at 22 as well. Now, even though we've lost 22 today, we could easily regain this tomorrow, right? So then we're going to trace out some generalized liquidity here, which again, we do smash right through. And well, by golly, at this point, where else do we target other than that $20 OPEX support? And, you know, we happen to have our previous low at that point as well. Now, we had a great earnings, right? We had very good earnings. Would we give back everything that we experienced before that? Maybe. It could potentially be. I would expect at some point we find a bottom here and then consolidate, and you know, we're going to have to hang out and wait, right? So basically confirming our bearish structure today, not only through that 4-hour PMO, but primarily the 1 hour reversal here, and obviously the 4-hour has given it all up as well, right? Where we wanted to make this reversal signal hold, right? We had our 4-hour reversal, pairing it with our key level, then, you know, scouting out our trend retest. And that's the thing about a trend retest. It doesn't always hold. Sometimes it does give it back. And that was always, you know, part of it. Fortunately for us, we've positioned ourselves and the community at large with some positions that are up nicely, right? We have our first straddle up 12% and our second up 13.5%, which is pretty decent. It's not much, but you know, it is a sold position. So we are just kind of farming out that theta as we progress into that January OPEX. And again, you know, our theory here is that 20 holds as support, and well, we don't break 25 as resistance, which will make these print quite nicely for us. And if you're ever interested in maybe a potential play for yourself, don't hesitate. Reach out in the Discord. I can make my recommendation, and not only that, but give you the, you know, the theory behind it, right? Because it's going to be different for different people, right? Some people just looking to sell calls today because they don't have the cash to do you know, sold put, right? So that's going to change things a little bit. No longer are we selling at the money 22, 23. Now we're selling a little bit out of the money, right? So if you're ever interested in an option setup, jump by the Discord, jump by the live stream. It would be my pleasure to help as we are continuing to further our knowledge through options as a whole via options as a strategic investment. Now, I have to recommend this to everybody. It's a 1,000-page book that you can get for free as a PDF, or if it, you know, changes your life, maybe buy a hard copy like I have. But this is going to give you, you know, the specifics on everything in a very in-depth and professional manner, better than I could ever hope to do. And you know, you don't have to read the whole 1,000 pages. I get it. Just go to the specific chapter that relates to, you know, the play that you're looking to make. Maybe you're loading up on some leaps on the low, right? Chapter 25 could be for you, et cetera, et cetera. There's one on everything, even on selling a straddle, which is what we're doing here. I think that's chapter 20, right? The sale of a straddle. So you can kind of learn everything that you'll need to know, which is pretty cool about options as you go. So have to recommend that if you haven't already checked that out. Again, you know, aligning that strategy with the open interest on the upcoming yearly OPEX, which we all know the market makers, you know, what they're up to there. So very telegraphed play for us moving forward. Basically free money as we farm what little IV there is and some theta. On that note, holiday week, right? We have a half day and then an off day, which makes it great for option sellers, right? No trading on those days. It's just free theta decay with no risk, which is really cool. So GameStop's retracing in price. We see utilization up. People borrowing shares to short the stock. I would say probably some naked calls being sold as well, uh, resulting in this extended price retracement based off of the 4-hour PMO indicator signal, right? I think it's as simple as that. But again, a lot of this downwards pressure that we're seeing is going to be alleviated post OPEX, and then we can really start to reassess the situation and start to target maybe a pre-earnings run-up as that comes forward, late February. We'll really start to be eyeing that up because we want to be pairing it with a technical entry model, of course. IV is low, but it is, as far as industry standard goes, for a stock like GameStop positioned so well, risk reward wise, as we see here, right? The support is at 20, but the resistance is at 28 and at 35, right? So the risk reward here is pretty decent. And that makes, it a little bit different than just your general overview of the IV, because GameStop trades now quite consistently, like a blue chip would, right? And those are going to have lower IV, because no one's going that far out of the money with their option plays. Now, GameStop does get to do that on itself through the volumetric events that we see come forward from here and there, but also the earnings run-up, which we can really easily participate in consistently, in which we did give everybody great contracts in the Discord as well last earnings. So, we've just been absolutely printing money in here for people throughout GameStop. If you have any questions about anything, this is the place. I'll try to play nice, sometimes a little grumpy, but that's what you get for a free Discord, right? Of course, we're doing the watering hole here as well. We got a really nice play here, 190% for everybody. If they were paying attention, showing them not only those entries, but how to find the plays as well, right? So you can do this all for yourself. It's not difficult, very easy. If I can do it, I certainly assume that almost everyone can do it because I am nothing special. So that's kind of all I really have today. Nothing too seriously going on. The market as a whole is quite strong, even though GameStop is trending downwards. The general market is up. So just kind of waiting to see, where bottom is. Obviously, we're going to be looking for that first on the 15-minute chart, right? Looking for that EMA reversal where the light blue crosses over the dark blue. This is my 21 exponential moving average. The dark blue is my 50 exponential moving average. Get those lines to reverse, and to do so, we'll need the price above the 50, right? Because, they're being lagging indicators. That's just how it works. They're following the price. So let's get the price above, and then they'll follow up and reverse, at which point we want to pair that with a key level breakout. And, that remains to be seen. Typically, just the 200, right? That's going to be the easiest one to target. Also looking for any bearish order blocks to invalidate that are quite local. And then once we get that 15-minute to set, then we can roll it out to the 30-minute, to the 1 hour, and then the 4 hour, and eventually 1 day, which has been looking fairly bearish for some time, but things need to look bearish before they look bullish, right? These things are cyclical. They go in waves, and I would rather be in the area of momentum reset on the 1 day than overvalued, right? Like, yes, everybody wants their position to be green. That's great, but to be trending above your EMAs is quite dangerous, right? This is not the area to be buying, right? Trending below your EMAs on the 1 day, wow, this is a good deal, right? And what do I love to do? I love to buy GameStop. So this is actually pretty good news for me. We'll just continue to see how things play out. Of course, I don't think there's that much room to go down. And as we do go down, maybe the cash floor becomes relevant. We can pull up that indicator. Our net cash plus Bitcoin, then the net cash plus Bitcoin plus the interest that cash makes, and then all of that without including the debt, right, or the dilution, which comes in one form or the other. Could be pre-baked in. It's going to be one of those things that's hard to determine, but you can kind of maybe use this as historical reference. Not relevant pre-squeeze because the cash came post-squeeze, right? A lot of the cash came here, right? So not relevant to use here, but is relevant to use here, to use here, right? To use here. So if we get into this level, again, that's all systems go for buying. Maybe at that point we can start targeting some leaps, right? Some $20 leaps if we get lucky. But this is all very on their schedule. I can't really give that. I do know that at worst case scenario, this momentum is going to totally reset pre-earnings run up. But there is some time for that. 99 days estimated, and I think it will be less than that. But we got a little bit of time, right? Which makes selling options such a attractive thing to do right now. Now, I understand that nobody wants to be selling on low IV when the price is so low. So what we do to mitigate that risk is we sell short-dated options, right? So even if the price goes above your strike when you're selling, the exposure of time isn't there like there is on the long-dated options, where you're going to get called on a Friday, say at 23, and then you can buy Monday at 23.05, 23.10, right? Like the price of GameStop isn't currently in a position to be moving up at all, never mind with any gusto. So you would just easily buy those shares back and repeat the process, and you would want that to not happen too often. And this is where we get our nice risk matrix, right? To see, where you are personally, because the 23s most certainly will get called, very likely, but not a certainty. And then obviously the 24s less likely, and the 25/5s almost certainty to keep those right held with that 25 wall there. So yeah, if you're ever interested on a play specific to yourself, I'd love to help, whether it be sell a covered call or maybe something a little bit more advanced, which we do like to do. It could be bullish, it could be bearish, whatever. We do use options play to help guide us, along with our technical analysis and open interest analyzation. So with that being said, it's been a long day. We're live on YouTube for the remainder of December here, 12 to 4 Eastern, every single weekday. At which point we might kind of readjust. Yeah, I'm trying to get 100 people live on stream. How many do we have right now? Let me check. I think we're capping out around 30. So not really as successful as I'd like it to be for its first month. But I understand, I'm a new kid on the block. Not many people are trusted in this scene. A lot of grifters out there, but I'm doing this all for free in front of everybody, live, literally. And, we've been having a lot of success with it. Jump in the Discord, scroll up, you'll see there's plenty of receipts. And I'm going to continue to do so, right? So just so maybe in the new year, if things don't, kick off a little bit here, we'll still do it. We'll still be doing the daily videos, maybe shorter live streams, right? And then we can reattack maybe halfway through the year, maybe next winter to go full-time again. And I'm certain at some point, we'll get through and, be able to really make a career of this, right? So thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate each and every one of you. Have a magical day, as I like to say on my other channel. Leave a like, drop a comment, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss out, and join that community Discord. If you need to find it, Linktree. Hello, good game. Not good trades. I know that's what we are here, but this is all set up for my other channel, which I play Magic the Gathering, right? And then join community Discord. Boom, easy peasy. Once I get 1,000 subscribers, I can actually share links. Right now, I can't do that. Can you believe it? We're about 600 subscribers, so help us get there if you wouldn't mind. And again, just thank you so much, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care. Da, 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 da. Can GameStop go uppies? Nah. I mean, it can. It just needs a catalyst. It needs a tweet. Burry might say something. If not, I think we're just waiting till mid-February, and then we'll see some uppies. So it could be some time. Could be some time. Just be patient, right? Sell it while we chill. All right, you guys have a good day. I got to close out some trades on the other end of things here. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Take care of yourself.